To order. Council will start with the prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's do the national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Okay, item 1, attendance apologies. I note that Councillor Peter Young said that he'll be joining us. He's caught in the traffic. Leave of absence, nil. Item 3, condolences. Who doesn't say who? Hang on, wait a minute. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence on the passing of Carl Roundtree. Just trying to get those words right as you're playing with the screen there. Be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Reid family.
Okay, seconder. Councillor Taylor.
Mr Mayor, Carl Roundtree was a much-loved Mudgerbarbarian who actually was the caretaker of the Mudgerbur Foundation Centre, which was a little privately funded community facility right in the heart of Mudgerbur, opposite the Mudgerbur Special School. And Mr Roundtree, for many years, maintained and managed that property. His loss was sorely felt, and particularly in light of only months earlier, Dr Peter Oxenbein also passing, who dedicated the Mudgerbur Foundation Centre to the community of Mudgerbur. Having Carl lost as well, the community that gather around that Mudgerbur Foundation Centre will sorely miss Carl, and yeah, it's entirely appropriate we send a message of condolence to his family.
Thank you. Councillor, Councillor Gates? Yes, Councillor Taylor. Councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right. We go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence on the passing of Roland Kramer be passed, and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to Miss Virginia Freebody and family.
Second, Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'd come to know Mr Kramer through my relationship with Virginia Freebody, a Robina constituent, and got to know Roland over a number of years. But regrettably, I came to know him best at his funeral, where his family had an opportunity to gather and share much of his remarkable story. Mr Mayor, Mr Kramer was born in Germany and grew up at a time of significant political, economic and social upheaval, Nazi Germany. And not only did he live through that period and persist and hold true to his values, but later in life, when stuck in East Germany, he took the brave step of making his way to West Germany when it was most difficult. And it was in West Germany where he was reunited with his father and actually came remarkably to meet Elvis Presley. Mr Kramer was an Olympian and represented Germany in Helsinki, I think 1952 or 1954. And in his life, really got into his profession, which was as a painter and decorator. Here on the Gold Coast, where he came to make his final home, There wasn't not an inch of Conrad Jupiters that he did not paint. But it was actually when Windsor Castle partially burnt in England where he was invited to come be part of that restoration effort. He really loved his craft. He really loved it. But what he loved more than his craft was his family and his community. And while raising his many children, he always made sure that he was there supporting them through their education and through their co-curricular activities. He was an active member of the St Augustine's P&C, which I think is Currumbin Waters. He actively involved himself in the Girl Guides, right, cooking thousands upon thousands of sausages to support that community group. He was an active Rotarian and made a contribution there. But he also helped establish a school in New Zealand when he lived there for some time. He gave back. And he gave back, Mr Mayor, because he saw the importance of investing in a vital and vibrant democracy, something that he did not grow up in his more formative years. So, Mr Mayor, today I'm moving this motion of condolence, upset not only on Roland's passing, but that I did not know more of this history while he was still with us, because he would have had some very remarkable stories to share. In his last few years, Roland was an active member of the Broadbeach 24 Neighbourhood Watch, which includes Robina Waters and Robina Keys. He made a great contribution there. It was always good value at a meeting. And his passing is a reminder to me that in our job, in our vocation, we encounter many people who sit quietly in a room. They might just be the most interesting people on the planet, and it's worth taking the moment to ask them a little bit about their story. It might be a fantastic one that you will always carry with you, and I'll do that with Roland. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor, I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Against? Motion carried. Okay, could we please include Councillor O'Neill, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Pauline Young and Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I move that a motion of condolence be passed for Ms Gail Manning, and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Manning family.
Second to Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, with the passing of Gail Manning, our city has lost one of its volunteering greats. She was the matriarch of Southport Tigers Rugby Club for 43 years. Affectionately known as Mrs B, the boys and men that have gone through that had a kind of a dynamic of a very, very strong respect for Mrs B and an absolute love. That was really present at her funeral. There were scores of young men in their Tigers journeys and kids there to pay respects to this woman who has had such an impact on their lives. She was the first female life member of Gold Coast Rugby League. She was on the board of Gold Coast Rugby League, and she is known for being the heart and soul of Southport Tigers. But that wasn't all that she did. And in fact, at her funeral, Father McMorrow at Southport Catholic Church Parish, he spoke of the definition of love and how we talk about love as we can talk about love of a pizza or love of a community or love of a people. And he thought that there was a word that described her better, which was of service. Her life was of service. Whether it was when she was a lollipop lady outside Bellevue Park State School and everybody loved to wave to her, or the one-on-one impact that she made with many women of domestic violence later in her life through Hearts of Purple. Gail came and saw me late last year after she'd been diagnosed and was in pain, and her doctors said she had no business being at a meeting. She should have been home resting, but she was not willing to do that until she knew that her mighty Tigers were in good hands. So Gail, to you, from the city and from the Tigers community, we promise to continue your legacy and to support the Tigers in a way that you would be happy to see. So thank you very much to Mrs B for everything she's done.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Vorster.
Could I be added, please, Mr Mayor?
Please add Councillor Vorster and Councillor Curtis. Right. Any late condolences? No. We'll move on to Mayoral Minute. 4.1. Councillors, I move that the Chief Executive Officer prepare a submission to Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Venue Infrastructure Review, identify suitable Gold Coast sporting venues and facility which could be considered as a Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games venue, the estimate costs and any upgrades to those venues, and other relevant related matters, e.g. public transport, parking, local impacts to current facility use, etc. 2, that the review be circulated to all councillors for their information prior to submission to the inquiry. Councillor, there's a preamble there that on 18th of January, the Premier announced an independent review of the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic venue infrastructure, the inquiry, to be headed by former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk. I note that the terms of reference for the inquiry includes a number of key criteria, most notably value of money and legacy. I find this heartening as it supports the 2 key points I made in the 22nd of August last year when I appeared at the Federal Senate inquiry into Australia preparedness to host the Commonwealth Olympic and Paralympic Games. I have included an insert from the official Commonwealth Australia Committee Hansard, and you can see that it identifies what I said regarding the value for money and regarding on legacy, where I also said that any temporary facility has absolutely no legacy flow-on effect. The 3 items, 3 fields that have been identified as just showing the Olympic Committee potential if they want to save further money. That is the Southport Aquatic Centre, the Gold Coast Hockey Centre, Heritage Bank Stadium, because the cricket will be included in the 2032 Olympics, and so here to help basically, councillors. Questions, Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So will the submission include thoughts in regards to the city's financial contribution to any of those improvements? So I note, for example, that the Heritage Stadium is as a state asset, whereas the Aquatic Centre is as a city asset. And in the run-up to the 2018 Games, the state made a pretty handsome contribution towards the Southport Aquatic Centre. So will that be canvassed in the submission?
Yeah, yes, it would be. Well, that first up will identify if, let's say, at Aquatic Centre, that the increase in capacity they only required to be temporary, then I would put to you that we would want it to be 100% funded by state government. But should it be a legacy project, as per our previous contribution was the joint funding from ourselves and state government, but until we really understand what is the scope of work, if it's a lot of money, then I think we have to have a rethink about it at council. And the second part on the Heritage Bank Stadium, I would welcome the state investment into their infrastructure, which is their property. Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, in regards to the Aquatic Centre, I think one of the concerns, and I'm happy to support where this this recommendation, but one of my concerns is whether or not with the aquatic centre we could actually provide two options. So clearly there's been discussions in the past about the need potentially for the swimming pool to be covered in order to be an international event. I think that I have some reservations as to what that might look like aesthetically in the middle of the Broadwater Parklands. And it may actually help the state with their capital spend if we can get an outcome that maybe doesn't require it to be roofed, because roofing clearly is more expensive as well in regards to the operational and the ongoing operational costs for ventilation and lighting and etc. But also for me the visual amenity that potentially a roof might have on the site, whereas shade sails or the delivery of permanent grandstands might be a really good outcome for that site. So I'm interested in knowing whether or not we'll be able to provide some options as opposed to just a definite let's do this.
Yeah, I take your comment on board, and regarding the grandstand to have higher capacity, I think that open up for more future World Titles, Pan Pacific, which you already host. Regarding the roof, light structure, a bit like the across the water, the Marina Mirage, something that fits in with the Broadwater would be an option that I would wish to present to council, but that'll be up to Tim. And the thing is, if it's something that we don't want, well, we don't have to do it. Councillor Jones.
And then the final question is just in regards to the sports that potentially aren't mentioned in the submission. So, for example, when we did the 2018 Games, we had a very successful marathon that tied in nicely with the marathon that we deliver annually. Will we be putting our city forward for any of those opportunities if it's all open for review?
Yeah, I'd like to add that into it. But sport politics is even worse than local government politics. But it doesn't look. I'd like to present Plan B, and I'd like to get the golf back as well, because it was actually in the bid book up to, I don't know when they changed it, a couple of days before, and the expenditure on the Royal Brisbane is quite a lot. So I hope that the Lord Mayor looks at the former Lord Mayor looks at that. We've got excellent facility here, which was in the original part that doesn't require that kind of expenditure at all. So I think those two things I'll be giving our input to the CEO to just flag it so that that it comes up in his inquiry. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just wondered whether you might have a mind to alter your recommendation to contemplate some of the, I think, missing ingredients that we have at the moment with the Olympic Games, and that is an infrastructure ask. So I totally understand that it would make sense for Queensland taxpayers to make the best use of the facilities that we have. But up until this point, we've seen infrastructure announcements being made for every other jurisdiction, but not the Gold Coast. And what makes me a little bit nervous is that we may take on a larger burden, right, carry a larger burden from the Games, but we're not using this opportunity to extract an infrastructure dividend. So I recognise that your third dot point talks about relevant matters, for example, public transport, parking and local impacts, but nowhere does the motion explicitly call out the need for the state to deliver supporting infrastructure in exchange for using some of our assets which might be city-owned. And I appreciate you might say that can form part of the submission, but I'd be most comforted if we actually called that out. And I just wondered what your thoughts were.
On that part of it, the Intergovernmental Infrastructure Board, which I sit on behalf of the City of the Gold Coast, that's the best place for the input on the infrastructure recommendation. Now, if they look at to take these up, it'll be in there that they're going to spend the extra infrastructure to support additional events. The parts that I would say that the push for infrastructure for the Olympics at the moment is the light rail stage 4, and at the moment I think the faster rail, and I'm trying to get them to have a look at the heavy rail, and that's the discussion at the appropriate forum. Until additional infrastructure is identified in Lord Mayor Graham's former Lord Mayor report, I don't really want to open up further because I can do it at the infrastructure intergovernmental forum. Councillor, anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Forster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I'm not here to breach any confidences, but I did have an opportunity to sit on that panel at its inaugural meeting while for a few days acting mayor, and it was my impression, and again without breaching confidence, that there wasn't developed thinking around the impacts that venues might have on ratepayer-owned infrastructure. And in fact, I didn't walk away from that meeting, which I minuted, feeling as though we would be able to extract a dividend for ratepayers. And I hear what you say concerning light rail stage 4. I hear what you say concerning heavy rail, and the city's endorsed those as legacy projects. But I think as the government moves towards the independent delivery of the games, this is a crucial step. And if we can inject an ask or a commitment into this early step, I think it will set the tenor for subsequent decisions of government. Because I think it'd be much harder for the government to say no to an independent review that recommends that there be some infrastructure delivered to support the activation of Heritage Bank Stadium, for example, than it would be for the government politician to say no to another politician. So I'm all for sparing the taxpayer. I'm also for sparing the ratepayer. And I can't support this today because I don't think that in the resolution we're presenting an opportunity to the government, which is to lower their overall costs by making an infrastructure commitment that kind of meets the savings. So I'll leave it at that, but appreciate the fact that you've brought it up today. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, I'll speak for it, but I think it's actually about the games venue review, and in particular, I think it's about the potential for the state of Queensland to spend money outside of Woolloongabba, and in particular to spend it in the rest of southeast Queensland that was part of the original bid. I've said earlier that I have reservations in regards to a roof over the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, but if we can do that in a sympathetic way and deliver some positive shade and grandstand outcomes for future generation of Gold Coasters, I think that that's actually a really positive thing. And likewise, if the state wants to invest $50 or $100 million in finishing off the heritage grandstand, that too is a positive thing for our city. So I think that I think they gave themselves 60 days to get this done. So I think let's concentrate on the venues, and I think we'll pick up all of the infrastructure in regards to transport at a later date, Mr Mayor.
Okay. All right, councillors, I'll close the debate. Let's have a crack at it. Councillors, all in favour, show of hands. Division.
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Oh, you did, yep, sorry.
No. Against?
Councillor McDonald.
Abstain?
Councillor Vorster.
Motion carries, super majority. So the next mayoral minute there is the proposed PCYC Pimpamar I'll go to Councillor Castro first. I think you raised a potential conflict of
Yes,
interest.
thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I am doing what I always do when anything to do with the PCYC comes up. So I have actually put in a prescribed conflict of interest, and I am a life member of the PCYC movement. That does include free gym membership, which is why I look as fantastic as I do. Thank you very much. Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, I will be voluntarily leaving the room for this discussion.
Okay,
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
thank you. All right. Councillors, councillors, I move that the Chief Executive Officer includes the proposal as part of the Community Facility and Service Review. 2, notwithstanding the above review, the CEO brings back a report by May 2024 outlining suitable long-term lease terms and conditions and all other relevant matters to support the construction of a police citizen youth club at the Depot Road, Pimpama. And 3, the CEO includes information in the report regarding the relocation of the Pimpama SES to a suitable alternative site. Councillor Peter Young? Yes, okay. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, if I might, through you to the acting CEO. What is the timeframe, please, for the Community Facilities and Services Review?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we might just ask the Executive General Manager for Services Gold Coast to come out to answer that, if that's okay.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're planning and currently forecasting for early 2025 for completion of the report.
Which suits the PCYC as well, I think. Councillors, you've got my preamble that PCYC Queensland has received $5 million seed funding, and there's stats there that there's more than 172,000 residents and 30,000 young people aged under the age of 19, and there's a list of things that PCYC, which all of you know what they do. I'd like to yield to Councillor Hamill to speak further on it.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just to add a couple notes that we had a very successful meeting with the CEO of PCYC Queensland to discuss this matter. It's the first time in PCYC's history where money has been made available through the police budget for them to look at new PCYC sites. So the $5 million is exclusively for a Pimpama PCYC. And while they investigate other sites around Queensland, one of the key differences here is the first local government that can get on board with a commitment of land would put us in a really firm position, because there are federal grants available that PCYC Queensland is keen to start to explore. Before they can go for the grants, they need land to be there. Mr. Mayor, the final thing I wanted to add to this is that Michael Crandon, who is the MP for Coomera, has been fighting to get a PCYC in the north end of the Gold Coast for 15 years. He has been relentless in his pursuit to see this happen. And while we're not there yet, to have real money on the table for PCYC to use, to have a federal government grant system available to progress forward, I'm very hopeful that in the not too distant future we will finally get that very needed facility in the north end of the Gold Coast.
Yeah. So, Councillor, with this motion, at the very least, it signals to the PCYC to start their work and their quest on getting funding from the federal government level, and so that it signals that the project is more than likely will come to fruition if we can get more money. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. How exciting for the Northern Gold Coast. And full credit, I think, to yourself and Councillor Hamill, who I think have lent fulsome support to local MPs calling for this. I just have a question to you, or through you to the General Counsel. It was my understanding that when Council makes land available through long-term lease or by disposal, that there's a statutory process that requires effectively a public tender. But in this case, we're resolving to effectively earmark a lease for the PCYC specifically. And Mr Mayor, the only reason why I'm asking this, it's not to speak against it, because I support this and I'll be voting for it, but the Local Government Act requires us to provide reasons why a decision is being made contrary to council policy. And my question is to you, or through you to the General Counsel, whether this decision is in conflict with any policy, so that we can make sure that those reasons are included in the resolution and so that the resolution's lawful.
Yeah, I think the matter will be included in the review to make sure that so that we don't do anything that's misrepresented from that.
So, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to accept that with some clarification though, because if the review is early 2025 and the PCYC matter was included as part of the review, totally get it. But point 2 says that notwithstanding the review, that a report be brought forward by May 2024 concerning the lease. So, because the two are actually conflated in a sense but quite separate, I just want to make sure that we've got a bulletproof recommendation.
All right.
Through the Chair, Mr Mayor, my only comment would be under the Local Government Act and regulations, there are some rules around disposal of valuable non-current assets, including land, but there can be exemptions for community organisations. So this might fall into one of those exemption categories. We would just have to weigh up the options and any applicable policies in the assessment.
And it'll be identified, say, we'll have it identified in the review. Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I want to support this motion, obviously, because it goes back a very long time. And Councillor Owen-Jones and I coordinated a meeting way back in 2016, and we've worked long and hard with Michael Crandon from Coomera about the establishment of a Northern Gold Coast PCYC. In fact, this isn't the first parcel of land that Council has offered up, but I'm really pleased to see it get to the point where you can present a Mayoral Minute today. We were formerly looking at a parcel on Creek Street to the south of the cemetery site that was formerly owned by the Department of Main Roads. But this is a great thing, and I'd also like to congratulate the Rotary Club of Ormo Pimpama, who've been working since inception with the target of introducing funding to assist with the development of a PCYC.
Thank you. Speak against the motion, Councillor Owen-Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to say that it clearly is a good idea, and the state government actually should be delivering this type of infrastructure as their business as usual. And the last 2 PCYCs that were delivered to the Gold Coast were at Nerang and in Beenleigh. And Beenleigh, as you know, hasn't been a part of the Gold Coast for a very long time. So we all know the amazing growth that's happened in the north of the Gold Coast, from the Nerang River up to the border with the Logan City Council, and the fact that $5 million is going to be a great start towards what's most likely going to need to be a $10 or a $15 million project. And we'll definitely need the commitment of the federal government in regards to the funding of the building. But the city putting forward a block of land is a great start. And I wonder, through you, Mr Mayor, if the General Counsel could give some consideration to a ministerial designation in regards to the development of the site. That might be also a workaround in regards to the disposal of the land, because I think that the PCYC is a great institutional organisation that this council should support.
Okay. All right, councillors. Anyone speak against? Well, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Could you recall Councillor Castro, please? He's still in the gym. Alicia, you ready to speak a little bit? Yeah. Welcome back. Councillor, we go to the third Mayoral Minute, High Performance Sports Facility. Councillor, I move that 1, the Chief Executive Officer investigate the Southern Precinct at the Gold Coast Sports Precinct, Alabaster Park, Carrara, to determine its suitability for a high performance sports facility. And 2, the CEO provide a report to the Council in April 2024 detailing the findings of the investigation. Councillors, I'll ask our acting CEO to speak on the matter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council did resolve in November 23 to look at some options in Firth Park, and you would recall that report that came to Council. Our Chief Investment Officer and his team have been doing a number of market sounding pieces of work and also looking further into the sites and any other options around the city. This site is one that has been identified as a potential, so the proposed Mayoral Minute is for a report to come back to Council in April 2024 this year, just to look at the options and see if anything was feasible on this site. So this site does present an opportunity given the sports uses that are constrained and contained in that area at the moment, so it would be quite an increase to diversity of sports, and the report will obviously go through the details and see if it is feasible.
Yeah. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just got a couple of questions. Firstly, I wanted to just ask, my recollection is that some years ago this particular site was flagged for uses relating to football or soccer. I'm sorry? Sorry, could
soccer,
the director just... Yeah, could the director just kind of capture some of the implications of that previous resolution in the context of this one here and how it might supersede those previous resolutions?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Tozer, you're right, so there's been a few pieces of work done on this site, and there was a master plan that was prepared by officers in 2021, but our understanding is that has never been endorsed by Council. So Councillor Tozer, this report that would come back to Council would be to wrap up all of that work and any implications on any other sports. There definitely is in the 2021 master plan, which was a draft that did have football in terms of soccer on that site. That would be a consideration for Council when that report comes up.
So the preamble that we have here says that a master plan, I'm reading it, a master plan for the Gold Coast Sports Precinct at Carrara is in the early stages of development. Just so I've got it clear, in 2021 a master plan for this site was actually completed. Is that correct? Or?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't think it was completed. It was still in concept stage, but officers did do the work, and our new EGM of Services Gold Coast is currently working through that with her team in order to make it more formal. So that is happening at the moment.
Okay, cool, awesome, that's great. And so this process that we're going to go through between now and April 2024 obviously necessarily involves us engaging with Football Gold Coast and clarifying some of that master planning work that occurred in 2021 that is still in early stages.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer, absolutely. Our teams would be doing all of that due diligence and any commitments and items in terms of stakeholders would go back through there too.
Oh, that's great, excellent. Part 2 of my questions actually relate to the expression of interest process that is talked about, we already resolved in November to, talk to the market in relation to Firth Park Precinct. And initially the Firth Park Precinct was just a recreational sports activity, and I was, very grateful to you, Mr Mayor, for adding some money from the local area works fund of your office in order to explore this high performance training centre. It occurs to me that what seems to be happening here is that we are proposing to go to market with multiple options in one package as opposed to 2 concurrent packages. Could you just flesh that out for me in the context of supporting this resolution.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer, that would be the preferred approach by officers, and it's certainly something Jeff and Darren and the team and I have discussed. So what that looks like, I can't confirm. I'm happy to invite our Chief Investment Officer out here, but that would definitely be a possibility when that report comes back to Council.
So this point of decision relates to investigating Alabaster Park, and in April 2024, when we review the report there, it's proposed that we effectively pause between now and April the Firth Park High Performance Training EOI exercise, so those two projects could go to market together. And that is a decision for the new council.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, that's great. For the sake of a 50-day delay or thereabouts, I think that probably makes some sense. And as someone who's heavily invested in seeing Firth Park flourish and be a great place, particularly for young people to play sport, which was the original plan for that plan, I think there seems very little harm in waiting 50 days. My final question might just be to the Director. Could you see any harm in waiting 50 days in making sure that this does come together for, I would hate to think that we've jeopardised some interest that might be in Firth Park as a result of waiting.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer, I don't, and I think that's certainly something that we've considered in preparing this and working with the Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Voster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just two quick questions. My recollection is that the council resolution, which brought about the EOI process for Firth Park, called for the appointment of a probity officer. I'd just like some assurance, through you, Mr Mayor, to our Acting Chief Executive Officer, that the probity officer involved in the current EOI has provided input into this resolution today and is comfortable with what today's decision could mean for the probity of the current process.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Forster, I'm not aware that's the case, but I am looking at Jeff and Darren here to see if they're able to come out and provide some further information. Thank you.
Go ahead, Darren.
Yes.
It's on, mate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies, it's changed.
That's all you got to do.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the answer to the EOI for the High Performance Centre at Firth Park is we have already started the documentation for that EOI. It's pretty much complete, and we have engaged a probity advisor to support that process. In terms of their awareness around this particular Mayoral Minute, they don't have awareness of it, but we haven't gone that far into the process where we need to ask the question.
Councillor Forster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Approximately 18 months ago, we had a severe storm event. They seem to be more current, and many of our sporting fields across the Gold Coast became saturated. I know at Robina Common, for example, one field was closed for 7 months. There was so much groundwater. And the Robina City Football Club, as it's now called, had to make use of the fields at Alabaster in order to continue surviving. I mean, it was very difficult and many people had left, but I know many soccer clubs could only sustain a season because of the fields available at this precinct, which had some level of flood immunity. My question, Mr Mayor, is in the pursuit of delivering an additional Gold Coast high-performance sports facility, what regard will we have to community, not high-performance, community sports clubs and their need to access fields that have at least some flood immunity when currently they're training in, let's call it developer offcuts strewn across suburbia?
Yeah, I think we'll have to look at wider to have additional fields. This is going to be a high performance one, so additional fields for soccer or whatever should be found in our city and have it available. All right. Just up the road from that, I think there's 2 fields there. Emerald Lakes. So we just got to add. The city's growing, and that's part of the process of finding more sporting fields in the future, sporting infrastructure. Anyone want to speak further against? All right, Councillor, I put this to you that Debate's closed, so all in favour, show of hands. Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Abstain?
Councillor Forster.
Motion carry, supermajority. Council item 5, confirmation minutes. Any corrections? No? Move.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. On screen, there was a proposed motion that called for the reordering of some business.
No, not doing it.
No,
So-
I just wanted to make sure that you didn't.
I was doing it because, the CEO isn't going to be in attendance.
No
but
worries.
he's not.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Right. So, Councillor Tozer, move for adoption? Yeah, seconder. Councillor Gates. Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Go to Mayor's report. I think Mark, Ryan and Luke, might as well get ready to come out, and Ainsley. Just be out there. Take a seat there, and when we get to it. Councillor, basically, the last item's about severe weather events, and now we went through it. So that's part of the Mayor's report, and all the other items. I won't go into so much detail. I'd rather hear from Mark and his team. And so item 1, Tuesday, 5th of December, Lifeblood Southport Donation Donor Centre, 10th birthday. At the same time, we try to promote school holidays. They need more blood. Congratulations to the centre. I opened it 10 years ago. Just amazing how quickly it went. They've made almost 130,000 blood and plasma donation in that centre. Next one, Multicultural Community Council Gold Coast 40th anniversary. Councillor Vorster MC the event. The celebration took place at Hotters Lakeside Room, and having organisation like MCCGC in our city ready to support people from diverse backgrounds and connect them with local groups and services is invaluable. So congratulations to MCCGC on an incredible journey. Item 3, Coomera on the 6th of December, Coomera Sewage Treatment Plant. I wanted to see the recent $160 million upgrade to ensure that it can cater for the northern and central part of the city for decades to come. And the plant now serves more than 480,000 people and has increased its capacity by 30%. The upgrade is part of the $600 million planned investment in upgrading sewage treatment plants capacity throughout our city. Wuhan, China government delegation arrived at my office. I said hello, and led by Mr. Sung, Director of Wuhan Civil Service Administration. Next item, on the 8th of December, acquisition of former Reachway TAFE site. Councillor Patterson attended on my behalf to announce the city's acquisition of one of the last remaining parcels of undeveloped land in Southport at the former Reachway TAFE site. How'd you go?
Quite extraordinary, Mr Mayor. The community and residents of this area have been standing for this for 19 years. They've gone through numerous ministers at state government, and we made a stand when, at the beginning of my term in 2020, to make the purchase and to acquire this land. We've been negotiating with the state government over that time as they've been working out what they would and wouldn't sell to us. 2.97 hectares of beautiful land in the middle of Southport. Because this was a horticultural TAFE, there's exquisite trees there, bunya pines, silky oaks, and a protected blackbutt forest. Sugar gliders are spotted there in the middle of Southport. So we had a community event there on Saturday. The community is so grateful that they've actually got a sign up at the front saying thank you, Mayor and councillors from the community. It's also a wonderful thoroughfare through from Keebra Park through to Southport Park. We know that green space is important in the inner areas of our city, and I'm just so chuffed to have been able to be here to deliver this now. So it's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They were demolished.
Next bit, then Saturday, 9th of December, I joined Councillor Castra, or he joined me, one or the other. The actor representative and experienced Gold Coast at the Langrum Surfers Paradise to announce the 2024 nominee of the award to celebrate outstanding Australian film, TV and online productions. Leading productions include The Newsreader, Deadlocked, The New Boy, Talk to Me, and many more. So my congratulations to all this year's nominees. We look forward to welcoming the stars of Australian film and TV industry at Hotter at our doorstep this year. And I joined Councillor Owen Jones' Walk for Jack. We took part in the second annual 4 kilometres walk at Damien Leading Park, and the event raised awareness around youth crime for Jack Beasley's foundation. You want to add anything further?
Mr Mayor, Jack and Belinda Beasley have done an outstanding job in regards to the introduction or the lobbying for the introduction of the Wanding trial that's turned into legislation. And I know that immediately behind me, I can feel his presence, is MP Sam O'Connor, who's also led that charge and was also walked around the lake with us. So it's always emotional to be with the Beasleys because they suffered such a tragedy, but the effort and the strength that they've shown since then has been just nothing short of amazing. And I think we had 400 or 500 people, or it felt like that, walking around the lake. So Jack was a Helensvale Hornet junior, and once a Hornet, always a Hornet, Mr Mayor.
So since we up that part of the of our city on Saturday, 16 December, we both attended the Club Helensvale renovation, and I know that you're a proud patron of Club Helensvale, Councillor Owen Jones, and they spend $13 million on renovation, and we cut the cakes together. Would you want to add any other on that one?
Mr Mayor, just to say that it's the best bolo in Australia, and after the tornado, that shade sail that you see there is still there, which is very satisfying to see. And the club is open for business and doing a roaring trade, Mr Mayor.
Well, that's not a bad style to go over our swimming pool in Southport. So we'll take there's 13 million. Okay, now I've got an estimate. Number 9, Protect Your Pets campaign. We launched it on the 19th December to remind Gold Coasters to ensure they have the plans to protect their pets during storm season. Then on the 22nd December, Surf Safety campaign, remind our international visitors around the dangers of beach with a campaign to reduce the number of drownings on the Gold Coast. These holidays, we had 260 lifeguards patrolling 52 beaches from Rainbow Bay to Seaway. The ads appear in various languages to ensure the surf safety message is being received by a large portion of our international visitors. And as always, our message is swim between the flags. Then on the Sunday, the 7th of January, Theophany, Liturgy and Blessing of the Water. I attend St Anna's Greek Orthodox Church in Bundall for their liturgy and blessing of the city waterways at Evandale Lake. So we had a church service first across the road at the Greek Orthodox Church. Then we made our way to Evandale Lake and the blessing of the waterways, a special meaning to the Gold Coast. As we are water people, for many of us, the waterways are a link between people and nature. The Star Magic Millions race day was on the 13th, and as you can see, proof that I was in attendance with Councillor Gates. And even though I didn't back any winners, but the Gold Coast was the winner. I congratulate Jerry Harvey and Katie Page on bringing the Magic Millions to the next level. Councillor Gates.
Just for the entertainment of everyone, see that gold slipper? The Mayor took it off the trophy and tried to put it on my foot. And he dropped it.
And did it fit? Were you the princess?
Tell us about Cinderella again.
That wasn't in my report. And I also congratulate the Turf Club on the recent upgrade of the track, and we look forward to the first night race meeting to stage Underlights in May 2024. I say, let there be light. 13, next item, launch of GC Summer Fund, FUNDS. I joined the Premier Stephen Miles and Minister for Tourism Michael Healy to announce the launch of the Gold Coast Summer Funds campaign. The campaign encouraged residents to support more than 180 tours, attractions and experiences impacted by weather events over the peak summer holidays. So South East Queenslanders snapped up 50,000 of the vouchers within 1 week, and over $7.2 million has been spent on attraction and experience. And I thank all those who supported the campaign and did their part to help our tourism industry at a tough time. Then on 18th of January, State Government review of Olympic infrastructure, and we talked about that, but I thought I'd put in the report. The Friday 19th of January, we host a sellout crowd at Heritage Bank Stadium for the Big Bash League, and Councillor Patterson, Hamill, Lacastra, Curtis was there. And as we learnt last night, the Heat, our team, went on to win the title. Congratulations to the Heat. So then it brings us now to severe weather events, as you know, from Christmas night, New Year's Day. And I've got notes here and everything, but I'd rather say how wonderful the response has been by our disaster management unit, including the recovery, and you'll hear firsthand. I'd rather you hear straight from Mark and his team. And so, Mark, do you want to start on that, and then you can introduce it, Luke and Ainsley, and then. Go ahead, yep, just speak in the... Oh, you got the...
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors. We got the prezzo. Presentation. It was excellent. Fantastic. In November, you'll recall me talking and finishing off the update about disaster management, about our support to Western Downs Regional Council. Happy to update you that that continued on in mid-December, where Tropical Cyclone Jasper impacted both Cairns and Douglas Shire, and we deployed city officers, in one case having to use a ADF Chinook to move them from Townsville into Cairns to support those communities. And in fact, 2 city officers gave up their Christmas and Boxing Day with their family to go up to Douglas and give support across that. So that was I guess, the precursor to our own Christmas night. And in the days leading up, of course, the Bureau of Meteorology was talking about instability across the southeast. And on Christmas night, or Christmas Eve, we had some storms. And on Christmas night, the storms that started in the west, the Disaster and Emergency Management Duty Officer began active monitoring from about 5 o'clock. And then when the dangerous storm came across the city, we rebroadcasted those warnings from the Bureau of Meteorology across the Gold Coast Alerts opt-in application. The Christmas night storm that lasted about 28 minutes across the entire city had wind gusts of recorded at 106 officially, unofficially at 160. And we're starting to get some advice that there's indications that it's probably closer to, in some parts, in excess of 200 kilometres. So in the Category 2 to 3 cyclone wind range. The heat map that's shown on the right there indicates all of the SES assistance requests and also the damage assessments done by Fire and Rescue to give an extent of the actual damage and where most of it was. On Christmas night at 20 to 10, we stood up the local disaster coordination centre. At that stage, we had over 200 emergency calls to QFES alone, most of them relating to entrapments and rescues. By 6 o'clock Boxing morning, we've learnt the sad news of a passing of one of our community due to the event. In addition to that, we had 73 roads inaccessible, multiple reports of significant damages to homes, 83 homes without power. We had communications network down, which was impacting the 000 network. Queensland Police was still at 149 calls for service with 20 priority 1 jobs. SES at that stage had 765 jobs reported. That ended up being over 3,000. Queensland Ambulance had reported 20% increase in 000 calls, and 12 of the 22 traffic cameras were offline. By 3 p.m, heavy rail had ceased, and we'd established the Upper Coomera Relief Centre, and 57 crews, 9 tree maintenance crews and 3 tree inspectors had been mobilised to start assessing the damage. Over the Christmas period, we of course then was followed by a heat wave. We opened relief hubs at Pimpama, Mudgeeraba, Upper Coomera, Nerang and Pacific Pines for charging and heat relief of refreshments, along with providing free entry to the pools to provide people relief. We then followed with some heavy rainfall around New Year's Eve, flash flooding to minor and moderate levels, with over 500 mils being received at parts of the city, particularly up around Springbrook. Sandbag stations were once again opened and roads and beaches were once again closed. Mr Mayor, I want to call out our first responders, and that's the community. We saw both formal networks in the form of our RFS, SES, Lions clubs, community groups coming together, but also informal networks of neighbours helping neighbours. The community, many without power for up to 9 days, held together so strong, and I believe we have a more resilient Gold Coast as a result of this event. Whilst we worked through the urgent calls to the vulnerable, Mr Mayor, within 36 hours we had Fire and Rescue on the ground doing damage assessments in areas such as Wongawallan, so we could target our relief and recovery efforts. We had trucks arriving from Tweed Shire on the same day to start cleaning up. We also had a significant response going on by infrastructure, environment, heritage and resilience staff, managing the water, sewerage and waste issues, along with working with our city crisis management team to continue the service delivery across to the city. You'll recall again at my last update in November, we talked about the evacuation centre exercise in Nerang. That served us well. We established 2 evacuation centres, one at Nerang and the other one at Coomera Indoor Sports Centre. The centres were open for 2 days, 24 hours a day, serviced by some 32 city personnel. Total of 70 community members, some of our most vulnerable, attended, and we had 11 accommodated overnight across the 2 centres. A joint operation between police, fire and the city saw 43 people rescued from Natural Bridge and safely located to Nerang Bicentennial to receive assistance. Since the 25th of December 2023, 337 employees of the city have supported the community with door knocking, relief hubs, evacuation centre, recovery hubs and LDCC operations. This is in addition to the hundreds of infrastructure maintenance and construction crews and the contractors that have been conducting clean-up activities. I want to also take the opportunity to thank each and one of those. It's been difficult, hot and particularly in heatwave conditions out there. I want to thank the beaches teams, the city pools, the venues, the community facilities, libraries, and every other team that supported the community. And of course, we can't forget about Energex. The amount of effort that they did in what a destructive event to their network was simply phenomenal. I also want to thank all of our back-of-house staff that enabled the entire centre and our staff to perform this on the ground. Our media and comms were under the pump and they worked around the clock. One of the many, many stats that I can share is 162 disaster content pieces posted, which had 6.3 million organic impressions between the 25th of December and 18th of January. That's in addition to a number of emergency alerts and other types of comms. Our LDCC has been open since Christmas night. It's had 800 shifts across 380 hours of operations. The investment in the Disaster and Emergency Management Centre was demonstrable, and it worked really, really well to coordinate not only the city functions but all of the agencies across. 9 of our disaster management specialists came to help us as well. We had been doing that, and I'm pleased, Mr Mayor, to provide you information. We're now supporting Townsville City Council remotely this morning on GIS solutions as they prepare for Tropical Cyclone Kirrily to cross this evening. I won't read through all of the agencies, but there are many of the agencies are supporting response and relief. I just want to thank our community again, who have worked through some extremely tough conditions over what was meant to be the festive period. The way they've worked with us and our partners have been phenomenal, and we continue to be with them as we go towards recovery. These are many of the agencies that have helped. Of course, we will continue and learn from this event to improve our disaster arrangements, and we've already started that with our debrief and our post-event analysis to begin this process. Whilst we work with the community for recovery.
Luke, our recovery.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the opportunity to briefly just talk about the relief and recovery activities as a result of this disaster event. I'd probably start off by just indicating that this is really the start of our recovery journey, and both the City of the Gold Coast and the local recovery group under the local disaster management group will be supporting these activities for as long as it takes. The extent of the impact of this particular disaster event on the Gold Coast really required the implementation of some fairly immediate relief and recovery operational activities to provide that support in terms of essential needs to the communities impacted, as well as to enable that community disaster recovery. One of those activities has been really important to help us focus and direct that particular support has been the conduct of damage assessments, which is completed by Queensland Fire and Emergency Service. They conducted over 3,064 separate damage assessments and unfortunately identified 4 properties completely destroyed in Wongawallan, Coomerabar, Gowanaba and Cedar Creek. A further 105 properties were identified with severe damage, 325 properties with moderate damage and a further 386 with minor damage. That is certainly an extensive amount of damage that's been caused, predominantly by that severe wind, but also from some of that heavy rainfall. A combination of that impact, that immediate relief requirement, as well as some disruption to the telecommunications network, really required the City of Gold Coast, in partnership with Surf Life Saving Queensland, to conduct some outreach activities through door knocking and letterbox drops. And these activities were really implemented with 3 main objectives in mind. The first being to provide critical relief and recovery information. We're really aware that that telecommunications network kind of disrupted that information flow, so it was really important to get that information out to those that needed it. To supplement our impact assessments, who better than the people impacted to actually tell us what's going on in terms of that impact, and the identification and provision of that essential immediate relief. Over the course of that operation, which is indicated just on the right-hand side as I'm looking at it on the screen, 27 suburbs were covered by that particular operation, 4,058 separate residential properties, and we needed 345 shifts with over 183 city staff and 40 Surf Life Saving Queensland to conduct that. Out of that particular activity, we then had 598 separate requests for assistance received, and I think that was really important. So again, we could have that targeted approach to providing the support that was required. And that really spanned across that need for financial assistance, the need for debris cleanup, requirements for access to water, requests for food. Obviously, through that power outage, there was that real need for food for a lot of impacted communities, as well as some additional psychosocial supports. And I think we then needed to lever off that and have a function within the local disaster coordination centre where we could provide that welfare and triage effect just through the large volume of community requests that were coming through a variety of the councillors, through our customer contact centre, our agencies, as well as through a number of other mechanisms, including our digital channels. And that was really important, so again, that we could actually make sure that we could get the right agencies to provide the right support at the right time. The other graphic you can see on screen is indicative of the recovery hubs that were implemented. That was, again, another method of providing that assistance that is usually provided through the Department of Communities and its key partners to the communities, including financial assistance, counselling services, as well as linkages to other really important programs. And throughout that activation, both static and pop-up recovery hubs were established. There are numerous areas on the screen. And I think in addition to that, what was important is as the telecommunications network continued to be restored, that community recovery hotline was implemented to provide individuals with another mechanism to gain that support, in addition to our digital channels as well. In terms of a disaster needs assessment, the interaction and complexity of this particular hazards associated with the disaster event, the severe wind, the heat wave and the heavy rainfall really resulted in those significant impacts across our local government area, albeit at different levels and having different effects on individual suburbs. So with that, we really looked at needing to understand what those impacts were in depth across those functions of recovery that you can see, the human and social, economic environment and infrastructure. And some of the main aspects that were really looked at is that some locations were experiencing significant power loss for up to 10 days, including that connection aspect. Other locations experiencing between 3 to 7. And that, in addition, was also sort of exacerbated by the fact that we had that physical infrastructure damage in terms of private property, as well as some of that essential infrastructure. We know over 600 businesses have been impacted in some way, whether that's physical damage, whether that's just reduction or prevention of services for that period of time. And the recovery plan will certainly be looking at providing some key supports to that particular cohort. The environment has also been impacted, Mr Mayor, and I think just through the combination of that severe wind, that heavy rainfall in particular, has impacted both our natural areas, open spaces, as well as private property from an environmental point of view in our impacted areas. We've seen degradation of large amounts of our natural areas in terms of canopy, and that is going to have a corresponding impact onto our native wildlife. The local recovery group, which consists of over 60 organisations, agencies and government organisations, has created a provisional recovery plan. And I'd say provisional in particular because we'd like to get some input from obviously those impacted communities, which I think will be really important. But that's identified over 50 strategic objectives that needs to be completed through the early, mid and long-term recovery. And I think that's indicative of the significant impact that this event has had on the Gold Coast. There are 5 separate lines of effort or lines of recovery, again through those functions, human and social, economic, infrastructure and environment, but we've also added in a resilience line of effort, and I think that's really important to continue to prepare for any future disaster events. I won't list all of the 50-odd objectives, Mr Mayor, but some of the really important ones I think is that we need to really look at that social connectedness within our community and really try and provide some supports to re-enable those. We want to look at that provision of those accommodation, in particular for those private properties that have been really heavily impacted, and make sure that that housing is assisted to re-establish. We want to look at implementing canopy regeneration and forest restoration measures, redress some of our erosion, stability and vegetation loss to our waterways. We also want to look at connecting business with appropriate support networks and mechanisms, in particular for those over 600 that have been impacted. From the resilience point of view, one of the, I think, important objectives that we want to look at is supporting the provision of that community resilience, preparedness and capacity building programs, in particular for those impacted locations on the Gold Coast. And I think one of our key signature actions for this particular recovery has been Operation Cleanup, and I'll just hand over to Ainsley to go through that.
Thank you, Lou.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. So once the weather finally subsided, it gave city officers the ability to start assessing the size and scale of the cleanup task that was ahead of us. So initially estimated at around about 80 football fields worth of green waste stacked 2 metres high, 20 football fields worth of hard waste, over 1,600 highly impacted streets across 28 suburbs
requiring a curbside collection from the city. And all of that taking approximately 75,000 truckloads to move all that green waste around. And certainly at this point, those early estimates are not proving to be overstated in any way. So with visual inspections around the city, coupled with using the damage assessment data from Gold Coast Properties, made it very clear that a large-scale response was required from council, not only to clean up the city, but to assist residents with the removal of storm debris from around their own homes. So a deployment approach based on 4 pillars was developed and rolled out in the first week of January. So the first pillar of that program starts with a very wide-scale curbside collection program to remove storm-related debris from households from their curbside. So what started as 650 streets initially quickly grew to over 1,600 across 28 suburbs, focusing on the most highly impacted areas, mainly in the northern part of the Gold Coast. The next pillar was more based around an on-demand curbside collection service for those highly impacted residents that sat outside of the curbside collection program. What we have seen now is an unprecedented demand in the FlexiSkip program. So what we are trying to do is supplement that to speed up the process with special collections, where we're able to utilise a couple of trucks to go and hit concentrated pockets that are outside of the curbside collection program to help clear out what is already on the roadside in those areas. The City of Gold Coast has also stood up a grants program to assist the more vulnerable members of our community and also highly impacted residents that fall out of the first 2 pillars. And existing services, this allows us the opportunity to talk about the effort that our residents have gone to since the Christmas Day storm. So not only is the city cleaning up, but our residents are also getting in and cleaning up their properties as well. A huge effort has been undertaken by the residents of the Gold Coast since the storm, showing a great deal of resilience and self-sufficiency. So this is evidenced by the fact that the city has collected over 8,700 tonnes of green waste from our residents clearing off private property. So around about 70% of that has been self-hauled to our waste and recycling centres, and about 30% has been placed into our green organic household wheelie bins. A staggering number, over 8,000 tonnes. The numbers suggest that in the 4 weeks since the Christmas Day storm, the amount of green waste collected at WRCs has more than doubled from the average of previous years, and visitation has also doubled in that 4-week period. So these 4 pillars will ensure that Gold Coast residents who have been highly impacted by these storms will receive some form of assistance from their City of Gold Coast Council. So it's now been 4 weeks since the Christmas night storm, and it's been 2 weeks since we rolled out the curbside collection program. So in that time, we've now completed 36% of the curbside program, which is 620 streets or 250 kilometres of public Gold Coast roads that have been cleared away. We've also received over 1,400 online application forms through the Operation Gold Coast website from residents seeking additional assistance. And so far, we've been able to action and close out just under 1,200 of those. And we've made over 450 phone calls to impacted residents seeking the city's assistance. And in that time, we've collected over 21,000 tonnes of green waste from our public spaces and roadsides, and we can then add on to that almost 9,000 tonnes taken by residents to our WRCs. So a lot has been done, but there's a lot more to come. Not only from the City of Gold Coast, but also residents as they continue to clean up their properties. many of which have been able to benefit from assistance from our partner agencies, some of whom Mark showed earlier, including our Rural Fire Service and Disaster Relief Australia. But the storm debris cleanup goes on. We can see some images there of a green pile at one of our WRCs that's been collected within the last 4 weeks, and the queue of cars that was taken 2 days after that Christmas night storm event. And of course, our hardworking city crews, who you will see all over the city. They've been split into 2 squads, with one of them focusing on clearing roads and public spaces to make them safe and accessible again, and the other dedicated to clearing household waste from the curbside. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the community for their resilience and their patience as we work together to restore this beautiful city.
Thank you, Ainsley. Councillor, I move that the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Councillor. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As a member of ALGWA, which is the Women in Local Government of Queensland, they're very appreciative of what the Gold Coast City does in times of disasters and other events, because I don't think it's acknowledged enough what the Gold Coast City does in sending officers to areas right throughout Queensland to help other councils. And in this particular event, especially up north, it was very much appreciated when Gold Coast City sent our officers, and of course we've just heard now that it's happening up north again. And no, I just want to thank the staff and the SES and all the other groups that were involved in this particular event here on the Gold Coast at Christmas, because, and I understand, in fact, one of our officers had their home badly damaged, who left his home, came in because of the issue with the storm event here on the Gold Coast. And that just shows what our officers are in trying to help the community out there. I personally appreciate the daily updates that councillors were given. We were all called in. We were given detailed accounts of what was happening. We were asked for our comments and they were taken on board. And personally, I really appreciate that, because I know in the northern part of the Gold Coast and around Helensvale, it was badly impacted, and you had to really see some of the photos that Councillor Owen Jones had presented to understand the impact in the city. And I don't think a lot of the residents, unless they drove around those places, could see the impact that storm had on the Gold Coast. It certainly showed with our new disaster management centre how effective it has been, and I think that it's and it's certainly been tested. These events for this city are continually, we're learning from them, and we're planning, and I think that every event is different, and every event we learn something from it. And what I've found with the community with this, because there's been a heck of a lot of clean-up, they must be really congratulated. And all the other councils that have come in to help the Gold Coast, I certainly appreciate that. But and thank you, Mr Mayor, because I know that you've been there every step of the way, and it's been overall, I just really like to thank the staff, because they've done a sterling job, and it's great for the city. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Neill.
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, it hasn't been mentioned today, but our infrastructure, water and sewage infrastructure was hit badly during that storm event, and it was quite quite dramatic, and I just think that our staff in waste and water really need to be congratulated as well. And the time frame, in a very quick time frame, getting all our sewage and water treatment plants back online, and certainly communicating to me as Chair of Waste and Water and all the other councillors on those briefings was really, really beneficial. And thank you to the state government for allowing us to tap into their desal for a little while. But I just think that we did a sterling job, but it did highlight to us as a city what we need to be doing going forward with increased population. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we'll move on. Clarification of members, nil. Business arising from minutes, nil. Presentations, nil. Conflict of interest declaration, any on the general section? Nil. I'll go to Councillor Hamill, Chair of Planning and Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Monday, 22nd of January 2024, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Second to Councillor Gates.
Oh, Mr Mayor, we've changed the minutes.
Oh, you got to change some minutes? Okay.
Just a slight change to the minutes. Look, on page 34 of the minutes, I'm sorry?
Don't we receive them first and then, don't we vote on receiving them?
Yeah.
I thought if there was actually a change to the minutes, we did it.
That comes after receiving them.
Whatever you like, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Seconder, to receive the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Tozer. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. I paused you for a second.
Before we receive them.
Is it Nick? Mick. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, the minutes.
So just the attendance is noted on page 34, but normally it's noted on page 3 at the start when councillors come and go. I am noted as a visitor, which I was, but I left after the first 2 items, having received the information I wanted to about the Arundel Hills. I left, and that is noted on page 34, but it's not noted on page 3. So that's the only administrative change I'd like to the minutes. But
all right,
they've been.
Thank you, Nikki. If you can do that. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I was also going to raise that because it applied to Councillor Vorster as well. It was noted that within the report that he left at 10:16, but it's usually noted as Councillor Tozer has just suggested on the front page.
Thank you. All right. We'll amend that. I'll come to you, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, could I suggest that, as far as I'm aware, we'd move to 6.5 for Councillor Gates's conflict of interest declaration?
Okay. We go 6.5. Councillor Gates, you're on.
Thank you.
Related to donations received outside the relevant term, Mr Mayor, from both, well, I'll do UPS first. So 2014 and 15, $1,850 each time. But I, at planning, requested to remain in the room and participate, and I did so. So I'm seeking the approval of council to participate again today.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, as per Planning Committee, I would move a procedural motion that, despite the councillor's conflict of interest, that Councillor Gates should participate in the decision because the conflict is remote and minor in nature and the public interest is better served by her participation in the matter.
Okay. Any other conflict of interest for 6.5? Then seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Right, and against? Motion carried. Please note that Councillor Gates did not vote. Back to Councillor Gates.
Thank you. The same for Arcadis, who were the engineers to the project, Mr Mayor, outside the relevant term, but I accepted donations in 2014, 2015, and I seek to remain in the room and participate.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I would move exactly the same procedural motion as the previous conflict.
Okay, on the screen. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Oh, beg your pardon.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Please note, Councillor Gates did not vote. Motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move this item with an addition of a condition that's come from officers since we held the planning committee.
Okay. And that's in there, is it, the additional?
Mr Mayor, I might rely upon Mick just to make sure that the appropriate condition that's been suggested has been added.
Condition 21, Mick, is it there?
It is condition 21, Mr Mayor. I'm just waiting for the...
It's gone. It's 21.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it was an additional condition to ensure that the ongoing rights for the marina uses, and particularly that that's maintained and that there's signage for the marina berths to the car park.
Okay. All right, seconder, Councillor Owen-Jones. Seconder, Councillor Owen-Jones. Yeah, don't worry about that. Let's go move, Councillor Hamill. Yeah, I did when you said that. We good? All right. Motion's moved by Councillor Hamill. Second, Councillor Owen-Jones. Go to Councillor Hamill to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As part of this application, Councillor Curtis held a community meeting with nearly 80 residents from Sovereign Island. We also had a follow-up site meeting with several residents on site. It was a pleasure as Chair of Planning to attend the first meeting and then attend with some other councillors to the site visit. These were both well organised and very beneficial in understanding residents' concerns and understanding the impact that they were worried about. One of the concerns raised by residents was about height. The acceptable outcome, which is A03 of the neighbourhood centre zone, is 2 storeys and 14 metres. This outcome also seeks for the neighbourhood centre to be slightly taller than the surrounding residential area. Building A in this proposal is 13.7 metres and Building B is 15.4 metres. The height of the buildings proposed is also reflective of the height of established dwellings on the island. The slight height increase of Building B delivers the intent of City Plan for the neighbourhood centre to be slightly taller than the surrounding residential area. Another concern raised was scale and bulk. Our City Plan expects neighbourhood centres to be a slightly higher intensity than other surrounding land uses. The proposal has 2 buildings separated by nearly 17 metres. The alternative option would have been 1 bulky building taking up the entire site. I believe that the separation between 2 buildings of 17 metres is a much better outcome for the site, and that 17 metres, which will be a major pedestrian thoroughfare and plaza between the buildings, helps achieve an outcome of not making the site too bulky. Mr Mayor, there was a point raised that the calculation of site coverage takes into account all 5 of the lots as part of the plan, so the open space lots that surround. If you use all the land involved, the site coverage calculator comes to 21%. I would agree with Councillor Curtis that that's probably not a fair calculation, while it's the way it has to be done, that if we calculated it only on the block where the buildings are going to be built, we're still only looking at a site coverage of buildings of less than 60%, which in any other part of the city for a neighbourhood centre would be considered code accessible to go ahead. Mr Mayor, another concern raised by several residents was the loss of open green space. To be very clear, while sections of this proposal are on land zoned open green space, this is privately owned land, this is privately owned land maintained by the owner. It is not a public park. You can't go kick a football on it. There's no embellishments like barbecues or seating. Its original intent was to provide a landscape entrance to the island. On site visits, it is very clear that the current landscaping is in very poor condition. The old water feature that used to be on the right-hand side hasn't worked in years. It is not a landscape entry that people are proud of anymore. The applicant's landscape intent plan proposed for the site is extensive and will deliver a very high quality and embellished landscape entry to the island. Maintenance to keep it at a very high level will also be the responsibility of the body corporate. Concerns were raised about the pedestrian crossing from the car park on the southern site to the northern site. There has been extensive assessment by traffic engineers to look at this situation. The experts have agreed that the situation is safe with an appropriate engineered traffic island installed on the road, and that the addition of lighting above this pedestrian point achieves a safe outcome. Residents also raised significant concerns about speeding on the Sovereign Mile and the interaction between cars leaving and entering the site and them driving past. While speeding is a concern for QPS, it has become clear at the community meetings that the greater concern was about sight lines on the Sovereign Mile as you swing around a big sweeping left-hand bend. Officers have taken these concerns into account and have included specific conditions for yellow lines on this section of road to ensure that the view line is not restricted. Councillors, through an information request and a further information request from our DA assessment team, major changes have occurred with this proposal. It should be noted that the public submission period for the development occurred before these final changes were locked in. I believe, after attending the community events and reading all 200 of the submissions received on several occasions, that the majority of the community's concerns have been addressed through these changes. While I fully acknowledge that some residents still have some concerns, I believe on balance this is an excellent development proposal that meets the intent of City Plan and will deliver a high quality development for the site. I urge all councillors to support the officer's recommendation of approval.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So on Monday I made attempts of a refusal motion at Planning Committee that wasn't supported. However, I am compelled today to make representations again on behalf of residents that feel the proposed development fails to deliver the strategic intention of the City Plan for the following reasons. Building A includes residential uses only, which includes the activation of the ground floor story, contrary to the Neighbourhood Centres Code. Further, the proposed neighbourhood centre development encroaches built form on and car parking areas into land that was zoned open space. Although I concede that the open space is in private ownership, the City Plan does not differentiate between private and publicly owned open space for those purposes of defining what's appropriate there. Finally, the activation of a car park on the southern lot will create a pedestrian thoroughfare across the only entry and egress point of the island, which will have an impact on all residents. I'm pleased with the additional condition that will include public consultation as part of the construction plan. However, for the reasons I've named, I won't be supporting the committee recommendation today.
Okay. Speaking for the motion. Right, I'll go to Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, I'm going to close by acknowledging that this is Councillor Curtis's first major development application since being appointed by us to the position. It was really evident that at the community event and the on-site visit how much it was appreciated, the fact that even though she's new to this position and new to development assessment, that she was really prepared to listen to the community and to take on all of the feedback. She's been quite relentless in pursuing additional information from officers and seeking clarification on their behalf. So while I'm hopeful that the officer recommendation will be back today, I think noting Councillor Curtis's work with the community on listening to their concerns should be noted as well.
Okay. Debate's closed, councillors. I'll call a division. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Curtis, Councillor Tozer, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald.
Okay. Motion carried. Councillor, we'll go to 6.7. Which is lot 18 to 21 Arundel Drive. And I'll go to Councillor Gates
Mr Mayor, I'll be leaving the room for this one due to a prescribed conflict of interest with Hickey lawyers, whom I understand are representing one of the submitters. Even though it's a refusal, if there's an appeal, they would become involved. And so on that basis, I'll leave the room.
Okay. Councillors, I've got declarable conflict of interest, and it's on the screen. Right, I or entities of which I'm a director have previously used Hickey lawyers for legal advice on various matters, noting that at all times I or the related entities have paid full commercial price for the service provided. Hickey lawyers have provided legal advice to one of the submitter in this matter. Councillors, reason why participation, I'm asking you that I stay. I do not have a close personal relationship with any individual at Hickey Lawyers and have merely engaged their services in a professional capacity at full commercial rates. As such, the perceived declarable conflict is minor and remote in nature. So I'll go to Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, if that's the substance of your declaration, I'm happy to move that you may participate in the decision despite your councillor's conflict of interest because the interest is minor and remote.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Okay. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Hemel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? And please record it, I did not vote. Councillor Hamill?
Happy to move the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. You want to speak on it, Councillor Hamill?
I would, Mr Mayor, and I apologise for committee members that some of this is a repeat of the other day, but I've added some new stuff in and feel, given the importance of this application, I will go through the whole thing again. Mr Mayor, this application has rightly received significant community and media exposure. I'm going to commence today again by acknowledging the members of the Arundel Hill community who have done a marvellous job on coming together as a community to demonstrate their major concerns with this application. To all of them here today and to all of those that couldn't be here today, you have conducted yourself in a highly professional manner and a very respectful manner, which is evident in the quality and quantity of the submissions, but also in the strong support you have gathered at several community events, including again today filling out our public gallery. While many, there are a few key areas I personally had major issues with and would like to speak to further. The loss of sport and recreation land. The proposed development does not involve the retention of any sport and recreation land or function that serves a public purpose. In addition to the residential lots proposed, the development is limited to providing private lots for AB Patterson College, a public drainage reserve lot and smaller open space lots for passive recreation, bushfire management and conservation. None of these lots provide any publicly accessible sport and recreation purpose or use. This is at complete odds with the intent of the sport and recreation zone in our city plan. Amenity and character impacts. The proposed development will generate significant adverse changes to the established residential and golf course character that currently exists in this area. Significant earthworks, removal of vegetation and new roads through cul-de-sacs will all contribute to dramatically changing the current residential and open sport and recreation zone that residents of this area enjoy. The environmental impacts. The proposal will generate significant impacts. The removal of 78,000 square metres of general and medium priority vegetation, the filling of 4 established waterways and reducing fauna connectivity through the entire site. The impact on existing fauna in this area, Mr Mayor, would be catastrophic, and I think it's the only way it can be put. The residential density and subdivision layout. The proposed residential density is out of character with the established and anticipated outcome for the area. The subdivision design has numerous non-compliances with the city plan relating to lot sizes, frontage widths, verge widths and footpaths. It doesn't meet city plan, it doesn't meet community expectations. Mr Mayor, every single one of us in this room is well and truly aware of the very real issue across all of Queensland with dwelling supply. It is an issue we are all exposed to daily as councillors and is a major challenge for every local government to tackle. Our city has some major lifting to do in meeting our population targets set by the SEQ plan. While we are absolutely capable of hitting those targets, what we cannot do is forget that we can't just create housing and be ignorant of the values we want to keep in the city that make it the place we all want to live for now and for future generations. For me, this is one of those applications where we have an opportunity to strongly show our community how seriously we take getting the balance right between dwelling supply and protecting the green behind the gold in key locations through our city. Today, we are presented with an extremely detailed officer report and recommendation of refusal. The 9-page recommendation of refusal is one of the longest and strongest officer recommendations of refusal I have seen, and reflects the incredibly thorough and detailed assessment undertaken by our assessment team, which they should be congratulated for. The applicant has indicated publicly that they will appeal the refusal, and that is their legal right. Again, for the benefit of everyone here in the gallery today, but anyone that watches this as well, please know that if endorsed here at full council, the position of refusal will be defended with all of the resources available to the city. Mr Mayor, I encourage all councillors to support this refusal and demonstrate our continued commitment to getting the balance right between dwelling supply and protecting what makes this the best city to live in. That's all.
Anyone want to speak? Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Hamill, can you close, please?
Mr Mayor, I'm going to close by simply saying thank you to every member of the Arundel Hills group here today and congratulations to them.
Okay. Councillors, all in favour, show hand. Divisions call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion pass unanimous. Okay.
We saved the lake.
All good. So I hope nowadays, instead of they're spending their money on appeals, they should clean up the place. Yeah? Open the door so we can play a bit of golf.
Oh, well said, Mr Mayor.
Right. Councillor Vorster?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Now that we've reached the end of the agenda, I just wondered whether we can circle back to 6.1 and deal with that separately.
6.1. Okay.
Well, they want it.
The gallery doesn't have to stay for Herman.
Well, they're going to want to hear this. They're going to want to hear this.
We're going to 6.1. First up, any conflict of interest. Can you ask Councillor Gates to come back? She's coming back. Oh, she's going to... Are you shaking hands with everyone out there?
Mr Mayor, she's ready from 12 to 12:15. I don't want to hold because there's
No. We'll do 12. All right. Okay. Just letting you know, we're going to take a break at around 12 because Councillor Jones is hungry. I can see it in his eyes. Yeah. You got any conflict of interest there?
So I think what the Mayor was saying is Herman's got 10 minutes.
I don't, but I have a question, if I might.
Oh, okay. I'll go to the question. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Mr Mayor. At committee, I raised an issue where the lot and RPs in the report didn't actually match with the hatching that we were provided on the maps. And DJ came to me and said, yes, I was correct. There was a lot and RP missing. And so my question was whether that needs to be identified in the report that subsequently goes to the state government with the changes, or whether the maps are all that's necessary.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates, we can do that as an administrative change if that's okay, and ensure that DJ and the team update that.
Thank you.
Good pick up, Councillor Gates. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much,
You
Mr.
moved
Mayor.
it? You moved the
No.
Okay.
I've pulled it out for the purpose of speaking briefly against it, so I'll need a mover. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Move, Councillor Peter Young. Do I have a second, Councillor Gates? All right, I'll go to Councillor Gates first. Oh, no, I mean, Councillor Peter Young. All right. Speaking against, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I felt, despite having made a contribution at committee, just to stand up briefly at full council and talk to this item, because there's an interesting interplay between this agenda item and the decision that we just took on the Arundel Hills Golf Course. And Mr Mayor, as you know, this council has committed to ensuring that we have natural vegetation covering at least 51% of our city. Now, yes, the storms have done their bit to try and reduce that, but we do hope to get the balance right, as Councillor Hamill said, and as development unfolds in our city, that we do our bit to ensure that where vegetation is removed, vegetation is replenished through an offsets program. Now, Mr Mayor, what we hoped to do as a city was to introduce a policy where developers in certain areas that are clearing vegetation would have an obligation to plant 3 trees where they removed 1. Now, there was some commentary as to whether that ratio was too high. Should it be 2 for 1? Should it be 1 for 1? But our objective was to ensure that where there is habitat and where there is canopy loss, that is recreated elsewhere in the city, lest we go backwards. Now, Mr Mayor, what was staggering to me is that, chilling, is that the state government, through ministerial or departmental interference, has not only reduced the ratio, in fact, they've abolished it altogether. They have effectively prohibited council from introducing any offsets when there is clearing, mass clearing of vegetation for housing. Now, I think we all recognise the need to deliver more housing across the city. There is an acute shortage. There are people sleeping in parks, sleeping under bridges. We need more housing. But, Mr Mayor, we have made a firm commitment to ensure that we protect the environment as we provide housing. We get a balanced outcome. Our last decision was about a balanced outcome. It's extraordinary that the state government would prohibit us from introducing an offset policy. But what was really galling, Mr Mayor, was I asked city officers, did the state government justify the measure? Did they have any evidence whatsoever that reducing or eliminating this policy proposal would improve housing affordability? And the answer was no. The answer was no. It appears as though the state government is just trying to involve themselves in every decision, every policy that council may have, in the hope that they might strike gold and they might deliver more affordable housing. But the reality is, Mr Mayor, that there is no proof that their measures would reduce the cost of housing, none whatsoever. But what it will do is entrench a situation where mass clearings result in no environmental offsets. And that we must resist. We must resist for the very same reason that we rejected the Arundel Hills proposal just before, because we can have housing and a good environment, and we should not kowtow to the state government when they say you can't have both. Thank you.
Okay, just a second. With this major amendment, we basically we can advocate for that further, but we really should vote this recommendation. Am I right?
Yeah, we could do.
All right, speaking for. Question, Councillor Gates.
If I might, through you to the acting CEO, it wasn't my understanding that it was removed entirely, but reduced from 3 to 1 in general vegetation down to 2 to 1, which was the original officer recommendation when we adopted City Plan in 2016, but from the floor of council, we actually lifted to 3 to 1. That was my understanding, and that it was only removed in the low, medium, high density and emerging communities domains by the state, but not in terms of mass removal of vegetation.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates, that is my understanding as well, but I've just asked the EGM of Environment to come out here and provide a further response. Thank you.
Through the Mayor.
Yep, it's on.
Oh, it's on. Yes, Councillor, you're correct. We did recommend 3 to 1, and the state, through the state negotiations, we arrived at 2 to 1, and the original recommendation to council last year was 2 to 1. So we have returned back to 2 to 1 as a ratio.
So, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just while we have our EGM here, and just related to Councillor Gates, I absolutely hold the same view as Councillor Gates. I want to take the opportunity to ask this. Are there circumstances in our proposed policy which would have required offsets, which the state government now say no offsets can apply?
Through the Chair, I will need to take that one on notice, please.
On notice, okay. Anyway, it's on notice. Yep. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll take this opportunity to speak in favour of the motion. My understanding was certainly that which has been elaborated by the EGM and Councillor Gates, in that the provision about replacement planting has been reduced from what we might call an ideal to something that was originally presented to us, and still seems to be a reasonable measure to deal with vegetation loss or offset that vegetation loss. The other thing that was of more concern to me was the proposal to remove the or make more vulnerable our critical corridors, ecological corridors, which have been identified for decades in our various iterations of City Plan, and which we are holding firm on, and which the state government failed to recognise in its initial mapping for the South East Queensland Regional Plan review when that material was revealed last year publicly. We have reminded the government and sought to get that mapping corrected and have those ecological corridors recognised, and in the meantime the government is seeking to chip away at the integrity and the strength of those corridors, and you know that we are ourselves undertaking direct action, purchasing land to consolidate those corridors, because it just makes a lot of sense. So for them to be trying to chip away at the edges or identify properties that could be released for land, for housing, seems a bit desperate, and I'm just so satisfied that we've got the capacity in this council to respond back strongly and say, no, we don't believe that. We think that those corridors are critical. We are going to protect them. And I just think it's a great day to be a councillor, Mr Mayor. We had a fabulous decision with the Arundel Hills proposal. We heard from our 3 executives who have been dealing with this incredible tragedy or disaster that's impacted the city, and our ability to respond to that is just magnificent. And our ability to respond to this state government demands in terms of vegetation mapping and so forth is very, very important and should be endorsed. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Young, when the first one speaking for it, you yield, and I went for it against. Can I take that as a closing? Okay. Councillors, debate is closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young. Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill,
Against?
Councillor Patterson.
Abstain? Councillor Forster abstain. Can you put that in? And Councillor McDonald abstain.
The reason why I abstained was because I'd like to hear the answer that was the question.
Understand. That's fair enough. Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Hamill? Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, I'd like 6.4 dealt with separately, thank you.
All right. Councillor Hamill, 6.4.
Mr Mayor, happy to move the committee recommendation.
Second to Councillor Gates. You want to speak on that?
Mr Mayor, we interrogated this application at committee for a fair bit of time, so I won't. Only to say that there was an opportunity again with this one because of an existing code-approved application that by the applicant seeking to add additional height, it made it impact accessible, which also meant that the city had the opportunity to work with the applicant to improve some outcomes on the site. There are some very high-quality images inside the report that show what was code-approved and what is up for approval today. I believe the built form outcome is a dramatic improvement. The architectural outcome is much better. It's a small increase by a few units to get a couple extra dwellings into it. They still remain compliant with the car parking outcome. And I'll just finish with that, Mr Mayor, that Councillor McDonald at committee pulled out a very good point that the approved plans with the code accessible approval, which they have their BA for and have started construction, show small car parks, but that wasn't specifically called out in the condition. So we altered that condition at committee to make sure that the small car parks are well and truly in the conditions, are on the stamp approved plans, to avoid a situation Councillor McDonald was concerned about, that anyone buying an apartment off the plan may think they're getting two full-size car parks, but it'll be a full size and a small possibly in some situations. But Mr Mayor would encourage all councillors to support the officer and committee recommendation of approval.
Speaking against the motion? Councillor Hamill, I take it as debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Would you like yours recorded in the negative? Could you record Councillor McDonald in the negative? And Councillor Forster. Any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Consideration, notice of motion, nil. 13, question on notice, nil. I know, but that's nil, all right? So I'm not accepting any late ones because we keep going. Presentations of petitions, we'll do it after lunch. All right? All right, so let's go, what, 12:45, we good? we're going to presentation of petitions. And the first one there, I go to Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I have a declarable conflict of interest on this matter, so I've provided it to the minute team. I'm leaving the room, so I can...
Okay, on the screen, Councillor Vorster out of the room. Permission granted. Lock the door.
It's chilling that we've sent him out.
Right. Back to you, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that the petition requesting council to investigate the impacts the annual Tallabudget Creek dredging program may have on wave formation at Burleigh Beach, part of the World Surfing Reserve, and to outline potential changes which may better protect surf amenity, including depositing sand at second and third location further north, that this review also investigate how changes to stormwater discharge points along the beach have affected beach profile and wave formation. I move that it be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration. Report to council.
Second, Councillor O'Neill. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you on face show of hands. Against, motion carried. Officer, could you let Councillor Vorster come back in? Okay. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I ask that a petition be accepted on behalf of some residents from Currumbin in relation to changing the proposed Energex transformer location from Marabra Street, Medium Strip, back to Vikings Junior Clubhouse, 766 Pacific Parade.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor McDonald. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you on face show of hands. Against, carried. Next one, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I ask that a petition be accepted and referred to the relevant department in relation to changes of traffic flow proposed for temporary situation for buses running up Woodgie Street and down Marabra Street in Currumbin on the wrong side of the road, and they are asking that to be stopped immediately with major safety concerns.
Seconder, Councillor McDonald. Anyone speak against? Put a motion to you on face show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, we are in receipt of a petition titled a request for better public transport for the whole city, not just the coastal corridor. Would request that the petition be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration for report to council.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone wish to speak against that? Put the motion to you on face show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm in receipt of a petition regarding the potential upgrade of the dog exercise area at Highland Reserve, and I ask that it be received and referred to the appropriate department for consideration.
Second to Councillor Owen Jones.
Oh, they've got it.
All right. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
That was quick.
As there's no others, petitions, we'll go to the next item, general business. Nil. Other business, 16.1, divisional allocation report.
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the Surfers Paradise Australian Football Club. The nature of the declarable conflict of interest is I'm a former committee member of the Surfers Football Club, family business, currently the Dayshoff and Brayside Estate are current sponsors, and my children have been playing football up until last season at the club. Names of the related parties, myself, the two related businesses, Dayshoff, Brayside, and the nature is, as I said, a former committee member. Family Best is the sponsors and my children play there. I'm actually wanting to participate. As I'm not currently a board member and haven't been for a couple of years, I'm not the divisional councillor. Although I was a former board member of the Service Paradise AFL Football Club and involved in other sporting clubs, I believe our previous history relating to clubs and not being divisional councillor could help in decision-making process. I believe the benefits of the participating in the decision-making outweighs any perceived bias arising from the potential conflict of interest. So I open the floor.
All right. Councillor Patterson?
I've just got a question, Mr Mayor. So I understand that Councillor Taylor hasn't voted on this before. Has the circumstances changed because you're no longer on the board? Is that what's happened?
Correct. Previously I was a board member a couple of years ago and now I'm no longer a board member and haven't been involved directly for the 2 years.
Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move a motion, if you like.
Yes.
That Councillor Taylor remain... Well, let's start again. The councillor's knowledge of the club outweighs any perceived conflict of interest, such that a reasonable person would trust that a final decision would be made in the public interest.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Please recall that Councillor Taylor did not vote.
And
So,
Councillor Young didn't.
Councillor Peter Young?
It's procedural. I did not vote either, for the reason that I will raise an interest in regard to this same item, and I'll do that now if you don't mind.
Yeah, can you put down that Councillor Peter Young did not vote?
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
I don't have a declarable conflict, but I'm just alerting councillors so that they may raise any concerns. I'm an ordinary member of the Nerang RSL sub-branch, and that is listed here as a potential recipient of increased funds. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Someone want to move the recommendation? Councillor Patterson. Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. 16.2, City Plan Amended Strategy and Shaping SEQ Alignment Amendment Update. Councillor Hamill, what do you think?
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering if the EGM might want to talk to it briefly.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and Councillor Hamill. I might just, if it's okay, Mr Mayor, ask Catherine to come out here too, so she's out here for the discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
So, councillors, we've put this late report up and apologies for the timing on it. So you would see we did receive correspondence from the state government last Friday night. I'll just take a step back. As you know, the SEQ regional plan was endorsed by the state and released on the 21st of December last year. So we received that. We as a city have probably a minor increase in residential dwellings and also employment figures that did change from that last draft, and it was about 7,000 in terms of dwellings that has increased. At the same time as that, we've also had our officers progressing the amendments. So we had Amendment 2 and 3 that was then turned into Amendment A, B and C that we've been working with state government officers. We've really been trying to get some clear direction and guidance from the state on how to progress that, and we did submit the Taylor notice to the state in, was it June last year, Catherine, which was submitted. There was about 4 information requests or requests for further information that came from the state at that time, which we have responded to. And they were all in relation to items that we had previously had agreement from the state government officers at the start of the amendment process that they did support that to proceed. So we have provided responses to those 4 information requests. Subsequent to that, we definitely spoke about that the last couple of planning committees at the end of last year, and Councillor Hamill and I took some of that feedback on, and we met early December with Minister Scanlon, who at the time wasn't the planning minister, but she is now, which is good, and the Deputy Director General of the planning area. So what we really sought at that meeting was some clear guidance and direction from the state on what their thoughts were with the amendments and the amendment strategy that we had. Was there items that were a definite in or no? We just really needed clear guidance to be able to progress. At that same time, you'll recall at our last committee meeting or council meeting of last year, we received and council endorsed a resolution for us to start working on a new planning scheme as well. So there's been quite a lot of work going on in this space. So that letter was really important to us to, one, work out what we wanted to progress and then what wouldn't progress and if that was going into a subsequent new planning scheme, and also to work out the resources with our team. So the letter that we received last Friday, it is a letter, I'm of the understanding, that has gone to a number of SEQ councils as well, so we're not the only one. But you would have noted in the attachment, councillors, that there is a line, I'll just get the page for you, on page 43 of the agenda today, where the state does say that Major Amendment A is not supported. And that's important for us for a couple of reasons, but particularly that we needed the support from the state for Amendment A to then follow through with B and C as well. So if we hadn't had that support, I'm looking at Catherine here for guidance as well, but if we hadn't received that support in an A, that did affect the B and C strategy that we'd proposed. Because of that, what we have done is we've attached a number of the correspondence we've had over the last few months from the state, but also really want to seek a resolution from council, if council did choose to support it, to stop the work on the amendment packages. And I just want to say, certainly from my point of view and our teams, and I know Councillor Hemmel's, we don't say that lightly, but we have to draw a line in the sand. We are in the process of working how we do a new planning scheme amendment strategy, planning scheme strategy, but then also what we do with the amendment strategy that we have currently as well. It's been a huge undertaking by the city for over a number of years, and to get that clarity for officers, it will mean that we can then reprioritise and work on what that new plan is. In that correspondence, you would have seen that the state is also calling for an SEQ alignment amendment. We need a whole bunch more information from the state government to understand what that looks like for us. So it's quite possible that some of the items that we had in Amendment A, B and C, we might seek to get those in that alignment amendment. We don't have the answers to that now. That is one of the resolutions that we've asked for today, is for us to write to the state and obviously work with them to understand that. And as I understand, Catherine, that is something that all SEQ councillors have been asked to do as well. So just to be clear, that's not unique to the Gold Coast. So that's probably I'm happy to answer any questions if you have that, but that's the reason why we took that today. We didn't want to wait till the next council meeting, because for our teams, it would be great to get some certainty on how we move forward.
Councillor Forster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Just a question before hopefully an opportunity to speak briefly against it. On page 44 of the letter to which the acting CEO referred, the third last paragraph reads, "The department will continue to assist the council with other key items, including addressing regulatory barriers to the development of Robina as a principal activity centre and Olympic Village venue." And it goes on talking about replacing the statutory instrument. Now, that makes me a little bit nervous, because the city has undertaken a gold standard level of community engagement to develop a master plan vision for Robina. Currently, there are big watermelon coloured billboards throughout Robina Central asking people to scan a QR code to find out what's next, what's in store for Robina. But the impression that I get from here is that the state government might be a little bit more interventionist and look to set aside potentially some of the work that we have done rather than embrace it, which might be consistent with what they've done with our amendment package together. So in your meeting, through you, Mr Mayor, to the acting CEO, in your meeting with the minister and any meetings you've had with the department, do you have the impression that they will accept community feedback with respect to the Robina exercise, or are they planning to interfere?
Mr Mayor, Councillor Forster, I can answer it, and I might ask Catherine to add anything in if I miss anything. Certainly we've had some very positive feedback from the state government in that process, and I think I agree with you, it's been nice to do something a bit different, and particularly from that community engagement perspective. That is new. I hadn't had any any heads up that that was going to be in there, so I'm not sure what the clear intentions are. I don't know. That's probably the answer. Yeah.
And you got more, Ant? You have to stand up.
Sorry. Through you, Mr Mayor, in response to Councillor Vorster, we have continued to advocate on the need for a way forward for Robina, be it through the games or also there's a need to actually transition that old act into something that's more contemporary. That has involved discussions with the department, but also EDQ, which now sits separate to the planning group. So we've basically been trying to advocate that we've been doing this body of work to which they've been a part of, and that we need to take it forward because it is a priority for the city to be planning for our key regional centres.
Okay. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a question through you for Catherine. The second part of the paragraph that Councillor Vorster read includes advice that consideration is being given to replacing the Robina Central Planning Agreement Act, which I'm sure you're supportive of.
Not necessarily.
Well, I thought Councillor Vorster was supportive of that because of the infrastructure charges situation. So my question simply was, does the state or has the state been cooperative in the opportunity to review that act?
Catherine.
Through the Mayor, yes, they have been part of the working process, but in terms of actually determining what that planning instrument will be, they haven't given us a clear direction, which is what we're trying to get. Is there's an understanding that to continue to allow Robina to grow, that the agreement has got us to this position, but where it sits at the moment, it does start to limit future development. We're trying to put that on their agenda to say this is an issue as a city that we want to work with you through to get an outcome. Part of that has included potential discussions. We reported that back to Council in December that talked about updating the Act. It also talked about bringing it into City Plan or potentially declaring a PDA, which is an instrument under the Economic Development Act. We haven't had any further advice to say which one may be a preference to the state.
Right, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So firstly, I think I'm supportive of the recommendation because there's no point in us proceeding with amendments A, B and C if the state aren't on board or still not on board in regards to amendments A. In regards to the shaping SEQ and its alignment, are you able to advise whether or not the state's done an audit of its own land, including its unallocated state land, to see whether or not there are any opportunities for property that it holds to have additional housing and infrastructure added?
Through the Chair, I can confirm that the state, through multiple means, has done that audit. First was through the Housing Summit, where they actually wrote to Council seeking advice on underutilised land and whether it could be provided as an opportunity for further social or affordable housing. Through the development of the regional plan, they have also done something that is called an underutilised urban footprint review, which basically looks at the zone and whether it's being used for development at the moment. To my knowledge, they haven't specifically called out state-owned lots because it's been taken more as a holistic sort of approach to delivering affordable and social housing. The actions that support the regional plan are yet to be really sort of outlined in terms of what's required and also actions that they will undertake as a state government to bring what they are required to the floor as well.
And Mr Mayor, if I could just ask a question in regards to land that's either privately owned or owned by the city that is currently used for recreational purposes such as golf. Are any of those sites under threat because of the shaping SEQ planning?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the regional plan does not call out any of these sites specifically. It does talk to a need to balance growth, and that as a city is what we need to do. That really is our responsibility, is to manage that growth. City plan currently includes provisions that do, to some extent, protect golf courses from being redeveloped. In preparing a new scheme, those are the things that we'll start to consider, and also how the city, in terms of its lifestyle, wants to embrace that opportunity as well.
Okay. Mr Mayor, if I can just say on that, it's something that we clearly discussed this round at the planning committee, and the city of Gold Coast is blessed with a whole lot of golf courses, and a whole lot of them are constrained sites essentially because of flooding, but there's a real mixture. There's the Helensvale Golf Course, which is owned by the city and is constrained by flooding, but then we have integrated resorts that are outside of the Planning Act, be it Hope Island Resort or the Sanctuary Cove or Royal Pines. I'm not too sure if the Robina golf courses are in or out of the city plan, but I think one of the things we discussed at committee was the need for us to actually do a body of work to make sure that the protections that we had for our various communities in regards to those open spaces continue to be protected. So supportive of this, but I'm really wanting to make sure that that's very clear when we come to dealing with the state and any calls that it may have. And I know that there's been some speculation that the state might get excited about the decision that we made today in regards to Arundel Hills. As in we have a plan and we respect it, and if we're going to change it, we should do it via this process.
Yeah. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, a question to either the Acting CEO or to Ms Rollo. I wonder if it's appropriate at this point in time to raise with the department the work that we're doing on the investigation areas. There's at least 2 in my area, Mr Mayor. And the work is very carefully being done in conjunction with the landowners, and we're looking at all of the constraints very deliberately, slowly. But that's an activity that could end up in outcomes that are positive in terms of housing more people quicker. It would be great to engage the government and get their support in pursuing those activities, because they're going slowly because of resourcing, and we've got others that haven't been started yet that could be these investigation areas. So the government's wasting a lot of our time, it seems, and it would be great to get them on board and help us engage and pursue these outcomes, which are in keeping with sustainability, but also affordability and provision of housing. Thanks, Mr Mayor. So it's a question and a statement, if you don't mind.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Young, absolutely confirm that when we're going back to the state having these discussions, that will form part of it, not only in the SEQ alignment work, but what that new planning scheme work looks like as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Gates.
How did you know I was going to ask a question? I was just edging my hand up. Through you to Alicia, Acting CEO, given their outright rejection of A, does that mean that they're still open to considering the items in B and C, even though we're moving today to ceasing work? Will that body of work form the basis of our work with the new planning scheme because of the extensive consultation that was undertaken to get to the point where we endorsed larger setbacks and changes to site cover?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates. Councillors, on page 43, you'll see at the bottom there the state has listed some items, so it goes from item 1 to item 6. They are items that have been in the proposal and amendment packages from us. We need to understand more what that entails. I think the thing for us is that we don't want to do things in isolation, so we don't. It goes to the discussion that Councillor Hamill spoke to Ashmore earlier of we don't want all of these items to go in if we're not getting the built form additions that we wanted in the amendment packages as well to the scheme. So we want to make sure that, yes, if we are doing additional growth opportunities in the city, we're balancing that out with everything that makes this city that we want to live in it, but also those increased built improvements that were there, and you'll remember those through. So they're not in there, so that's what we want to make sure. But yes, you're right.
Thank you.
Councillor Vorstadt, then I'll come to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Still with questions, through you to the Acting CEO or to the EGM or to the... We've gone through a restructure manager.
I'll decide who it goes to.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To you. The city has resolved to progress a new local government infrastructure plan, and during an earlier decision, I asked whether the work in putting together that plan would run parallel with the work to develop a new city plan. And in the context of our investigation areas and our targeted growth areas and the work at Robina, to ensure that we are delivering the infrastructure where it's required to deliver the, to deliver the infrastructure where it's required to support the population where it might land. And I just wonder the impact of ceasing all of this work and dealing with that uncertainty. What would that do to the work of the team developing our local government infrastructure plan? Because I would hate to see us waste further time if the state government drags the chain or provides us further very invasive direction.
Another crack? Yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Vorster. You're right, so that work is happening. There has always been a bit of a lag in the timing of amendments and where the LGIP is. With the proposal, and this will all be subject to that April 2024 report that we come back not only for this but the resolution that we had in December, is to bring that LGIP work into it. We absolutely need to do that at the same time. That would be the plan from the start. So there may be, I don't want to say wasted work, but there may be some of that as we work through. But the aim from us, and we obviously need to draft the report and come back to council and council support it, would be for the LGIP work, and whether it's a new planning scheme or another amendment package, which I don't think it would be, is done at the same time.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. For the last number of years, we've been working towards amendments 2 and 3. We've had heaps and heaps of public consultation, even more than what's required under the legislation. And the community had a big say in it. And what I can understand and what I did see was that state government officers sat with our people all the way through. They gave it the tick. I think we even changed our program to suit their program so there wouldn't be any hold-ups. And when it got to the minister, he wouldn't approve it. So, and my understanding is also that it's the supply and delivery. Now, under the existing town plan, I understand, and this is probably a question through you, Mr Mayor, is that our supply meets the requirements of our existing town plan and the South East Queensland Regional Plan. Could I have that answered, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor McDonald. My understanding is that we do have adequate supply within the existing city plan with the proposed SEQ, or the latest one, but also the existing one that has been in for the last couple of years.
So,
right, Kathleen?
So it's just the delivery that you know, with a lot of the developments that have been approved and they haven't progressed. So that's number one. We know that the South East Queensland Regional Plan was rushed through just before Christmas. We had to address it with very little information. And now we're looking at, you know, with the amendments 2 and 3, putting those aside and coming into a new town plan. Now, a new town plan will take 4 to 6 years or more to come back in place. So what we can see, there'll be another 4 to 6 years or more that we'll see developments that we probably do not approve of in this city because of what we've had to do because of the direction of the state government. And as the officers have said, we just do not have that clear direction from the state what they want. I mean, have we been given where, for instance, Palm Beach Currumbin High School, it's just about at capacity. Yep. When I made inquiries about where's the next high school going to be built, I was told it was north of Nerang. Well, if they're pushing a whole lot of population in these areas, you know, we're running short of playing fields for the kids. We don't have enough schools, we don't have enough hospitals, we don't have enough police, and all the rest of it. They're not telling us what they're doing, but they're wanting the Gold Coast City and other South East Queensland regional councils to supply more housing because they haven't kept up to speed with supplying public housing. Yep. Now, It was just about the Newtown plan. And now, with the other South East Queensland councils, have we received any responses? And I know that these letters have just been sent out, but have we gained what the feeling is? Because to me, I think it's the destruction of South East Queensland, what is in this South East Queensland regional plan. Is there any feedback from any of the other councils how they're approaching this?
Okay. Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor McDonald. I think from us as officers, we absolutely want to work with state government officers, and we've made that clear through the whole time. What we need is certainty from them. We don't want to go down, use ratepayer funds, our team resource to do, whether it's amendments or new schemes that the state just won't support. So that's really important to us. In terms of other councils, I have heard that they've obviously got a similar letter, but everyone is wanting that certainty and that direction from the state on what they do. I'm not sure on the content of other councils in terms of whether they had different requirements, but I definitely know that the SEQ alignment amendment is something that has been asked of many of us. So I think there's probably a collective frustration on just wanting clear direction. I think everyone wants to work together, and it's not only just us working with the state, it's us working with our neighbouring councils as well to ensure that growth is dispersed well as well.
Yeah. Mr Mayor, can I just make another comment on that, please?
No, you can speak against it or for it.
I was just going to make a statement.
In debate.
In debate, you know. Moved, Councillor Hamill, seconder. Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, 7 years of work. I think there has to be a moment of reflection on the fact that this has been a journey that, for not just this council, but for the two terms before it as well. Thousands, tens of thousands of hours of officer time, the community's time and councillors' time on this amendment process that sadly today we'll draw a line on. I feel for the community, as Councillor McDonald pointed out. It's been very evident since taking on the chair of planning position and meeting with more community groups that they are fatigued after the consultation process, and they are frustrated, incredibly frustrated with the fact that after what they felt like was good consultation and such good intent, that nothing's come of it, and I can absolutely respect that frustration from them. Mr Mayor, a comment that I think I've heard, I think I might have counted 8 times just in that session, was clear direction. This has been the problem the whole way through, is absolute lack of clear direction from this state government and from its departments on what they wanted from us. Our officers would travel up to Brisbane, have a meeting with them, come back saying this is what we expect to get in a letter, like, you know, this is what we heard from the state officers, this is what we expect to get back in a letter. The letter had come sometime later and the direction was different. It has been impossible for our staff in this city's organisation to get clear direction from the state government. And quite frankly, as much as it kind of says there's nothing going forward, even the last letter from them still lacked clear direction, even though I very bluntly asked Minister Scanlon and the state planner to give it at that last meeting. Mr Mayor, I'll leave that and dwelling on the past and the negative, because in the end, as the EGM put it, this is drawing a line in the sand to end that process. What we need to do now is turn to the future and do that with positivity. We have some excellent officers in our strategic planning area who are rightly a bit deflated with how this amendment package process has gone and its lack of movement. They have been just as invested as we have all been and our community has been in seeing these outcomes, if I could even suggest even more invested. It's been a big journey for them, and one that I know actually ending work on will come as a bit of a deflating moment, but it's now time to turn that energy towards the SEQ alignment piece and towards a new city planning scheme. I definitely hope to be in this place in the next term and with councillors who are returned and new ones to work with those officers on going back out to our community, doing that consultation work again with them as we reset the planning scheme. Mr Mayor, I'll finish with this. While I'm very excited about that, and we have to be positive about it, if the state government cannot do a better job of giving clear direction, because what they've offered with the SEQ alignment piece is a bespoke package to get things through quickly, sadly something we've heard before. So that would be my final message here with this, is that this city, in good faith, will look to partner with the state again and look to achieve the goals that have been clearly set for us in the SEQ plan. But if they cannot deliver upon the simple request of clear direction when we need it, so that we do not waste officer time, the community's time and our time, heading in directions that we don't need to, then they are
incompetent.
Yes. Because what is lost in the meantime is we're not doing the work on purpose-built student accommodation. We don't have time to do more work on purpose-built aged care accommodation. We'd love to be able to put more resources into how can we be more effective in achieving social housing and affordable housing. These are the things that when we continue to have our wheels spun by a state government who cannot give us direction, that we're not putting our time into. And it's where I think all of us would like to see those resources going to. Happy to move this, excited to work with our excellent officers, and I really look forward to meeting with them in the new term and getting that excitement moving forward. But beg the state government to please ensure that the clear direction we need is included in the future. Otherwise, we'll be here in 7 years' time again, still spinning our wheels.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, already today in the chamber I've spoken of, and people have acknowledged the fact that we have Gold Coast families sleeping in cars, sleeping under bridges, sleeping in tents. There has been a slow creep within our organisation, mopping up after the housing crisis. And we only have to look at the investment we have made in our public space liaison officers to realise that something is rotten in the way that housing is delivered in this city. Now, to paraphrase a man who said in 2011 this, if you can give the housing sector certainty, you will give them confidence. And if you give them confidence, they will bring investment. And here's the paraphrasing. That investment will mean houses. Mr Mayor, the city plan was adopted before my election as councillor. I had expected a rolling series of amendments to make sure that we had a contemporary, fit-for-purpose plan that could deliver jobs and deliver housing and protect lifestyle. My time in this chamber on this issue has been wasted. 8 years on this policy issue have been wasted. And I know some will regard my animation as theatre, but I can tell you this, it is genuine frustration, because not only has the states dealing with our local government wasted my time, it has wasted the professional capacity of city officers, it has wasted millions of dollars of ratepayer funds, and it has forced good Gold Coast families into housing poverty. The state government cannot be trusted to honour the direction in this letter, because for far too long, and for at least my time in this council, they chop and change for political expediency rather than relying on discipline and evidence to secure outcomes. I've had enough. And for every Gold Coaster who struggles to pay rent or struggles at night to reconcile the fact that their kids cannot afford to live in the city that they've grown up, it is the state government and not this council which is to blame. Now, Mr Mayor, we need outcomes. We need outcomes. And to Councillor Hamill's point, we need to move forward with the process that we have been given by our big brothers up in 1 William Street. I acknowledge that, and I expect this motion to be carried. But, Mr Mayor, it is critically important that you and this council explain to the electorate every time we are approached by people struggling with the issue of housing affordability, with the rental crisis, with the fact that community housing isn't functioning in the city, that we are not responsible, that others are responsible, and they need to be putting the pressure on them. Mr Mayor, my final reflection on this piece, and I don't believe we should be carrying this, by the way, though I expect it. My final reflection is this. The best public policy is public policy that is informed by consultation and where people feel as though they own outcomes that affect their backyards, their front yards, their neighbourhoods, their futures. And this city has demonstrated incredible and sincere levels of community consultation. The state government is forcing us into a new process, but here is my worry. Why would any of the thousands of people who have made submissions into earlier amendment consultations, why would any of them trust us and the state government this time? They won't. They won't. And the consultation that we will generate, in my view, being forced to ignore the consultation through 5 rounds of statutory consultation, will be compromised, and it will lead to bad outcomes. I hope the new planning minister listens to this. I hope she hears the raw emotion in my voice. And I hope she does what her predecessor and the now Premier failed to do, and that is to sort out a catastrophic issue facing every second household here on the Gold Coast. Time has run out. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald, you want to make a statement or something?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Not only has it wasted a lot of money, a lot of our officers' time, but it's also wasted community time, where Councillor Vorster just said that they've put hours and hours into submissions in making amendments to the town plan, what we saw in Amendments 2 and 3. And it's taken 7-8 years to get to here with little outcome, but we've achieved a lot in going out to the community, and we've been genuine in our consultation. You know, I think it's the first time that genuine consultation has been held. You know, oftentimes we see consultation more or less just the tick of the box. I've seen it time and time again with the state government that, you know, they say, oh, we've held community consultation, but it's just ticking the box. And so what I'm looking here today, are we going to go through the whole process, getting rid of Amendments 2 and 3 and starting a new town plan, but only to be here again in 7 or 8 years having exact same discussion as what's being held here today? You know, and I know it's been said about the clear direction, but we need the state to come back to us and say what they're, you know, if we do this, what are they going to do? Because my argument's always been, what's affordable housing? You know, we're seeing in my division where you've got units that are being built, starting price 1.5, 2.5. Somebody put up in Facebook the other day that if you wanted to rent a place, it was going to cost you $250,000 a year just to rent an ordinary home. It was advertised. So is that affordable housing to, you know, to our residents that are really struggling to find out where they're going to live? It's moving all the normal families out of the area because of what's happening within this city. The state are going to have to start stepping up making some firm decisions, letting councils, not only Gold Coast City, but councils in South East Queensland know the direction that they're going to take, because just talking to other councillors from other areas, they're all concerned about the push. Is it something more with the state government that they then intend to take over all the planning of councils and for councils not to do their planning at all? And this is what concerns me in the future. So it has to move forward. I won't be supporting this today because I don't believe that this is the way to go. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, I'm going to acknowledge Councillor Vorster and his comments there today. The rural motion was very visible, and that's why I hope in the future will be a very effective state MP for this city. Mr Mayor, I'm going to finish closing this today. While I made it in the opening, I want to finish with the closing to officers in strategic planning. I had some feedback recently that some of those officers, some of whom have been part of this process the entire 8 years, felt like they'd failed us somehow, or that they'd failed because they hadn't been able to get the member packages through. So this message is directly to all of those officers in the strategic planning area and their supervisors and managers all the way up to the top. You haven't failed us at all. You have followed the direction of this council and followed the input of the community. You've put everything into putting packages together that could get approved by the state. It is the state who has chosen not to adopt them. It is the state who have chosen to continue to change the goalposts. So again, to all those officers, and Catherine and Alicia, please make sure they're aware of this. It has not been a failure on their behalf. They have discharged their duties wonderfully, and we sincerely look forward to working with all of them on our new city planning scheme and the SEQ alignment piece.
Debate's closed, councillors. I put you the motion. All in favour show of hands. Against? Motion carries, super majority. Could you note Councillor Worcester voted in the negative and Councillor McDonald. Councillors, we go to 16.3. What page is it? The resolution.
45. Oh, the resolution. 40. Page 54.
Yeah, I got there. Okay. Well, councillors, 16.3. Move for a recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Does anyone want to speak against? You want to close the, put the motion to all in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. 16.4. Councillor Owen Jones. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to, do you want to speak?
Just to say we're in spectacular financial shape, Mr Mayor. So the November statements make it clear that we've got just over $1 billion worth of cash, and we've got $600 million worth of projects that are committed to and coming down the line. So we're in good shape, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. 16.5. Any grass cutter out there? Move, Councillor Tozer. Second, Councillor Owen Jones.
Any chance we can have a chat about it, Mr Mayor?
Yep. Well, we'll have to go to close.
Yeah.
Second.
Move to go to close, Councillor Gates.
So it's...
Seconder.
Oh, I moved it in the
Yeah.
end. You seconded.
I'll second it.
Seconder. Going to close. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. streaming on. Let the audience come in through the gallery. All good. Does someone want to move the recommendation? Councillor Tozer. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, 16.6, the resolution's on page 93. Someone like to move? Councillor Owen Jones, second to Councillor Peter Young. Anyone wish to speak against? I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Councillor Taylor, you showing your hand? Okay. Against? Carry unanimous. 16.7. It's on page 114. Anyone move? Councillor Tozer. Second to Councillor Gates. Anyone want to speak against this? I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried, unanimous. 16.8. That's on page 140, councillors. Yep. Do you want to get a quick... Okay, Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, this item's in closed session, and over the last couple of days, because of the nature of the
Move
acquisitions,
for close.
a few councillors have asked me questions that I'd probably like to just move into close, if that's okay.
Yeah, move to close. Seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. Streaming off. Open the gallery. Want to move? Move the motion by councillor Tozer, seconded Councillor Peter Young. Someone want to speak against? Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, I'm just going to say that I'm going to vote against it because I actually don't think that it is compelling. I think that the site is protected by our city plan. I fully appreciate the idea of us making strategic acquisitions to embellish some of the tourism offerings that the city has, but I think that it's not necessarily high on our priorities.
Councillor Tozer, you want to close?
Mr Mayor, I think the report speaks for itself, and given that it's confidential, I'm not able to talk at much length, but I actually think it is actually a compelling proposition for something unique.
Okay, councillors, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Hemel, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates and Councillor Pauline Young.
All right, and I voted yes. Motion carried. What's happened?
Sorry, we're on a different page.
To fix both of them. Did you fix both references?
Can you fix both references, please, if you need to?
Number 4.
Sorry, that's the one I just called a...
Yep.
So you meant to say 5.16.
Sweet. Yeah, no worries. Okay, councillors, next page, 182. Next item. Any questions? We're going to close. Move Councillor Owen Jones, seconder Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming off. Councillor Tozer, second Councillor Peter Young. Anyone want to speak again further? Put the motion to you then. All in favour, show of hands. Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillors, there's no other items. Meeting closed, 14:10. 100 hours.